the internet. Pressing go live despite really I should be keeping my development to myself, but pressing go live because it's been a while. Let's see. Hopefully I don't go down some rabbit hole right now. But do want to see if YouTube chat can get tracked by my application real quick. Google security check. Alright. Interesting. What are those other two marks? Wait. Well, whatever. Nobody has ever well, one person has chatted in my YouTube chat once. But I did not notice in time to actually communicate with the person. So, whatever. I guess I kind of want to get rid of how much message comes through. Oh yeah, something else I want to check. Is the YouTube stream hearing? Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that's not what I want. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that's not what I want. Alright, how? Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, that's not what I want. Why am I hearing an echo now? Alright, how? Oh. Because my stream is picking up me watching my stream. Right. There's supposed to be a way to not hear all of the tracks on YouTube. See if that echoes. Right. See if that echoes. All right. Well, whatever. I'll just not listen. Why is my audio so inconsistent? What's happening? Man, I kind of hate trying to get freaking audio to work. Oh well. Threshold? Is threshold what I'm interested in? Hello. Maybe. Perhaps. Well, whatever. Again, I want to actually do some. I want to make streams. distracted again. Get rid of those white bars. They distract me. Great. Now, I have generate stream. Figures out what water tiles are connected to the start tile of the stream. This, right. Get valid destinations. Returned the correct number of things. So I'm thinking that's working. Guess I'll find out in a minute. Oh, wait, actually. Get border points. Start. How does this work? I have to relearn my code because I'm bad at staying conscious. And I had an AI generate this, I think. So let's see what it does. Start is a point. The borders is incorrect. That's troublesome. Border is not the edge of the canvas. It's this red line. So x equals 0 is actually relatively unlikely to be correct. What the fuck is this? Oh, just the closest y point. Okay. What do I want to do instead? I want to do I think I want to just draw 4 straight lines from the start point. And whichever one is smallest when I hit a B frame. Even though this is significantly smaller than that. And then I'll take the 45-degree bullshit. Do I want to do that? At that point, why am I even worrying about finding the closest if it isn't actually the closest? could just... What do I do instead then? I don't want to spiral out checking every frame. Probably. Is it even doing any closest border bullshit? It doesn't look like it. Whatever. That comment is incorrect, but I think this code is fine. I give it an array of XY points, and it will... Oh no, I don't like that either, because it's not going to be border points. It'll just be things that are within 45 degrees of a point. That's not helpful. And when I generate the boundary, I don't know why I started calling it border, but I did. I think the draw line is the thing that actually marks it. Yeah. If I keep a list of all the boundary marks, that would probably be... I mean, it's a smaller big O, at least, from spiraling out from an arbitrary point. It's probably not actually a smaller loop most of the time. Jeez, what do I want to do here? I mean, I could, if I have a list, I could just pick a random point, which isn't the worst. And then a lake will just go in a random direction, or a stream will start going in a random direction unless it hits an edge or water. Not the worst. Do I want there to be a sense of flow to a region? Not really. That's too complicated. I only want things to flow down the altitude that I have defined, not some abstract larger altitude. Okay. Do I want streams to be able to hit exits? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I think so. It could be kind of fun. Have like a. Well, then it wouldn't really make sense because the next region, I'm not going to track whether or not it's a water exit. Almost certainly. Some water exits will happen regardless. But I guess there's no reason to explicitly make streams capable of doing it. Yeah, that's fine. Draw line. Okay. This boundary. Great. Now I have a boundary list. She wasn't silent right now. Frick. Whatever. Guess I could get something else that makes noise. Let's get something else that makes noise. Final Fantasy OST. What the hell is that? Sponsored something something. Apparently, I'm playing porno anime games in my free time. According to science, I kind of doubt that's just a playlist. Jesus. Why is that so loud? Alright, there we go. Now I'm going to find a destination. Get border points. I don't need this to be a whole function. How do I want to do this? I fucking math dot random 4 points. Yeah, that's actually all right. Ignore this thing. Oh, I see. Up there. And a border. Math dot random times this boundary length. Just do that 4 times. Most of the time, it'll be 4 different points. And those points are an X and a Y. Which I'm pretty sure is what I want them to be. Whatever. And we add. Yeah, great. Valid destinations. Which what's happening there? Oh, whatever. YouTube is connecting in some way or another. Alright. The town has several potential streams. The one at the higher altitude has more options, which I guess makes sense, but they all don't have enough options. Wait, what the hell? How does the Highland only have 2 options when there's 4 points on the border? What's happening? Get border points. Should be doing something. Destination length. Why do you want to print all these things? Yeah, whatever. And then down here. None of them are adding anything. Why? I don't know what those other 4 things are, but whatever. Oh. Because I'm doing borders, not... Okay. I'm an idiot. For this boundary line. No. This boundary in floor borders I. Okay. Why are you border points push? Alright. Nice. Now it adds 4 each time for the different borders. Cool. That's what I want. Which means, where was this happening? Here. Generating blah 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 10. Yes, that's what I want. Great. Now we pick one. Sure. I mean, it shouldn't ever not be greater than 0 with the border points. So, no, I don't need that if. Thank you very much. I could just math random again. Const selection equals math. Yep, that's what I want. Great. Destination. Get valid destination of selection. YouTube's freaking out at me for some reason. Oh wait, unknown notification type. It's probably just checking viewership number. Messages still aren't causing something to happen, so I don't know. Something needs to be plugged in better, but I'll deal with that when I deal with that. which is not right now. What was I doing? This annoyingness is gonna keep heckling me though. Alright, I'm gonna stop following the YouTube. Deal with that in the future. Alright, now I have a destination. I have a start, I have a destination. Right, I didn't do this. Move from the start point toward the destination to find a valid starting point. Man, yes. Guess I do still want to do that. Alright, what the hell did you try to do, AI? Calculate the direction vector toward the destination. Whoa. Okay. Math.sine? Oh, like cosine sine. Okay. Still getting notifications from YouTube even though I theoretically stopped trying to track it. What happens if I just reload the app? Ooh. Get valid destinations is not defined. I forgot to use this somewhere. That's fine. Wait, what? What? Oh. It's because I'm still printing undefined. Because it doesn't have a length. It's a thing. Single entry. Great. That's kind of fun. Probably there's several Frosthaven is a village. Right. Cool. So we have a point 43. 91. It's probably this, which is picking a point at 2187. One of these, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it looks reasonable. 3468. That's probably this one. Wait, 34. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's probably this one. I guess could be that. I don't actually know if Y0 is at the top or at the bottom. I guess that's something I should figure out. Whatever. This seems like reasonable starting points and destination points to me. Rhymecrest has a destination that's... Ooh, maybe these two. That's kind of cool. I like that. $65, $26, $254, $68, $26. Oh, is it these two? I guess no, that would not technically work. Which is too bad. But I do understand how it was selected. And also, on the way over, it would probably just dump down this little hole. Or this hole. Maybe not. Might wrap around and dump in the hole like that, which would look janky as hell. That's complicated. I mean, not that it's doing any of this right now, but with the algorithm I have in my head for how this is supposed to try to function. What's up? How's it going? Hope your stream was good. Yo, yo, yo. I do wish that, not that my algorithm's even there, but I wish it made a connection from these two pools. That would have been cool. Anyways, so right now, I don't know if I mentioned this to you before. Ooh, capacitors. I want this to eventually be a game that basically functions like how, I don't know if you've seen them, but there's a lot of channels that just have little avatars that wander around at the bottom of the screen so that people in the chat can hang out with the streamer and their avatars are just wandering around together. And like sometimes it like a speech bubble will happen if a person talks while their avatar is on screen or whatever. It's basically the same idea, but instead of just wandering around, I want it to be a whole game that basically plays itself based on how people interact with the community. So like you'll get bonuses for subbing and stuff like that, but also just if you're consistently part of chat, then you will have like more permanent influence. Like the idea I have in my head is a person who's the first time in their chat, when their character has to rest, they'll go rest at the inn. But if you're a consistent part of chat, then you'll have like a house or something. So anyways, so right now I'm working on generating a map for an individual region. And I've also been working on like generating an overworld map where it's like, in this world, the starting village was this like snow biome, and then it generated these things off of the snow biome. And so here we're looking at Rime Crest, which is, I think, this one right up, which is one of the hard to look at ones on the overworld map, but a hilly, snowy region. So anyways, yeah, and right now I want pawns to be able to generate streams. Not every pond will, and depending on how watery a particular biome is, it will be more or less likely to do so, but at the moment, I'm incapable of doing it at all. So that's what I'm looking into. And right now we have a thing that calculates if a pond does generate a stream, and all of the water that is the initial pond and the destination point we're interested in getting to. So now I have to start thinking about pathing algorithms, which, I will be honest, was something I never felt very good at, but that's okay. And I want to calculate if a path is possible between the destination point and the starting pool, and make sure that the stream doesn't just loop back on itself to the same body of water, but if it hits something else, like for instance, if this pool, which is on a higher altitude than down here, is trying to get down here, then the stream would come to this edge and it'd be like, oh, this is a ledge. Let's put a waterfall here. And then it'll stop trying to get to here explicitly, and then instead it will generate a pool at the bottom of the waterfall, which can then maybe decide whether or not it's going to generate a stream of its own, and then that can try to go somewhere else. I do not want to have time be a thing for like the terrain of this game. I don't know if that's gonna always be true, but generally speaking, I want each individual region to be somewhat transient. The way I want the game to work is, where'd it go? When a specific region is a certain amount explored, and probably that certain amount will just be if a character ever gets to one of these purple regions, which are the like exits to a region that connect it to another region. But I'll like worry about adding challenge to that in the future. At some point down the line, I'm going to be generating resources and like enemies and whatever. But if it gets explored to the point, it'll generate another region off one of the edges, which like this like weird tumor shape was me kind of exploring with testing that I can generate new regions off of previous ones. And also I just wanted to see more variety in the overworld map. But my brain's all scattered now. When it generates a new thing, then it'll make a map kind of like this that can be explored. But I also want it to be possible for like monsters to progress, so then it can degenerate one of these maps. Like if the region that is associated with this exit gets recaptured by monster forces or whatever, then I would despawn the region connected to that, and then it'll just go through the respawning process when I capture it again. So I don't really want these regions to have much permanence, and possibly even just make it so that when a stream goes live, we generate the first 7 regions every time. And the only thing I really want to be permanent is the central like village region that makes up like the streamer village associated with their channel. But we'll see. There's a lot of wiggle room for like how the game will actually play, which when I get closer to that point, I will think about design and test different ideologies. Yeah, landscape is definitely simplified. Definitely. And in fact, like this right here is basically how I define the whole thing. I just want it to kind of make logical sense, but not be too complicated. Well, I appreciate that. Also, hello, Nilry. How are you? Well, thank you. It's a compliment, but this sort of fragmented, ephemeral, I guess not ephemeral, transient world development and shrinking thing is an idea that I'm carrying over from like a real game project that I was working on for a while. And I'm trying to tone down my scope with this project because most of my projects are way too ridiculous for a one-man project. And this is just a dumb thing that's supposed to basically play itself on the bottom of my stream. So the idea is, yeah, in regards to like terraforming and whatever, I'm trying to keep as dumbed down as I can still be excited about. It's true. Stardew is really good because it has very simple, intuitive systems, and you can feel his love for the game in the way his art comes through. But like, ultimately, nothing very complicated is happening in that game, you know? Which is not like trying to discredit him or anything, but just like, that's why it was feasible for one guy to pour his passion into it. It's because he liked creating the assets and he liked building the world, where if I let myself get too distracted by things like physics, I will never get anywhere with this. Not really using an engine, which is probably gonna be a problem. At some point, so like this is not what I want the game to look like. Eventually, I want to use, what's happening? I want to use like these assets. Which will have like animation and stuff. And in just my initial testing to try to display these assets and run the animations, I have noticed like it gets my fans roaring. So clearly I'm gonna have to come up with a solution for like bundling assets and actually executing animations and whatever on the client side, because right now it's treating it like a normal web page, basically, which is not how you're supposed to run a game. So anyways, when I have this process of generating the map that I want to map assets to, then I'll worry about like how I'm gonna bundle those and execute them so that it doesn't cause everything to explode. But I'm not there yet. Someday. Alright, what's my next step? I have a destination. I have a starting point. Sometimes I have heartbreaking results like these two connecting, but will never be able to connect and might cause an ugly spiral thing. Alright, man. Have a nice dinner. I think I might be okay with the ugly spiral thing. What I'm talking about. I don't think anybody was here when I was but in this example, one of these, I saw that there was a pool-to-pool stream that was generated at an altitude other than 0. And I was like, ooh, that's kind of exciting. Like a weird, kind of rare event. And so then I looked it up, and I think it's these two pools. Which there's an altitude of 2 chunk that blocks the path between those two things. Which means when I generate the stream with what I expect to be the algorithm I will use, it'll come down here, it'll go around this weird finger, it'll come down here, it'll hit the big blob, and it'll go over here, and it'll be like, oh, I can't go anywhere, and then it'll hit this cliff. And then what I want it to do, again, is if it hits the cliff, to just be like, instead of going to this other destination, let's just be a waterfall instead. That's okay. And so then it'll be a waterfall into this little region, and we'll just have a little pool in the nook over here, which I think will look kind of weird because of like the river or the stream or whatever will come down here and snake its way in and then like curve back, which will look weird. But I think that I'm just gonna be okay with that. I don't want to worry that much about, like, that's kind of the charm of procedural generated stuff, is sometimes weird things happen. And it's not like rivers and streams never do really weird things. So it won't look like incredibly unrealistic. Not that this is gonna look realistic. Anyways, I think I'm okay with that. I'm just gonna let that go. Which means now I need to actually generate the path. Which I'm not excited to do. Let's I don't want to do this. Const path equals this. Find valid path with start, destination, and connected water tiles. I think that's correct. Those are the things I want. Find valid path has those things. All right, AI, what do you think I should do? Whoa. So the start will be the first frame of the path. Oh, wait. Yeah, find valid start. Do I still want to do this? Should be going to the edge of the pool until I find... Right. So I get the direction. Whoa. Victory fanfare all of a sudden. So we started the start point. Check if the current tile is valid. Not connected water tile. Yes. Wait, what? I don't want that. Just not connected. That's all I want to know. Oh, wait. does equal 0. I think that's what I want. Oops. Then valid start and break. Okay. Otherwise, maybe. Sure, we stay within the bounds. Less than. Okay, if it's less than 0 or it's greater than the map. Right, so if it leaves the map, then we just break. Okay, that's fine. If no valid tile found, fall back to the last tile before the destination. No, I don't think that is what we want to do. Now another issue here is it will connect two pools by corners instead of by edges, which I don't think will make any sense with the art assets. Will this math.sign and solution be able to make sure that edges always connect? I can do what can I do? Just ask AI. AI, do my work, please. What? Do I want a function for this? Maybe. Would allow me to do stuff recursively, which could be helpful. What am I gonna do? I guess Alright, what I can do is check stream connects. Which will have a new tile, a pre-tile, and that's it, I think. And I will do... Whoa, what is this? Get the X and Y. Check if the new tile is adjacent to the previous tile. I suppose that is how I named it, but that's not really what I want. I want... Let connects equals false. Connects equals that code. Whoa. That is a more complicated version of what I'm doing. I'm not worrying about introducing my own wind to the river. Although, not that there's no reason to. I didn't. But, let me look at this asset again. I mean, it certainly could to some degree. I'll be honest, I did not use any very complicated math thoughts when I designed this algorithm, which is a big part of why my pathfinding lexicon is pretty weak, is I just don't like to think about it. But it is a reasonable solution. I mean, what I'm thinking about, because right now I'm at the point where I'm starting to implement that level of structures and concepts. And I could very well determine more than just a possible route. I could determine sort of a mesh of possible routes and then make a stylistic route out of the mesh. Because right now I'm basically just go towards the destination and divert if I hit an obstacle. Which at the moment just means altitude changes in terrain. Funny thing about, for me, interacting with you, Ethan, is you always make my brain go into panic mode trying to remember terms that I haven't thought about since school and how to make use of them. That's that whole story. I get into like pop quiz fight or flight mode. Sure. I think probably the solution I'm working on will be relatively straightforward to expand like horizontally. If I find one path from A to B, it'll be pretty straightforward what I need to do to find X paths from A to B. Or even like X nodes instead of steps. I don't know. I think I'm not going to worry about it too much at the moment. But that is a good thought. I have not... What that brings up to me is the main weak point in this solution will be when I'm on a mostly flat region and I just have a long stream or river or whatever, then the fact that it's just straight could be jarring visually. But I don't know. I'll deal with that later, I think. Right. Sure. True, true. Yeah. I'm gonna go with the Silicon Valley approach, which is make something, which honestly, the Silicon Valley approach probably would be just, why are you worrying about streams? You don't have any gameplay that needs a stream. You already have waterfalls, that's extra too. What do you even care? But I like the idea of streams because that's how most of the example assets for the random art I downloaded is laid out. So whatever. But get a thing that I can then work on mapping art assets to. And then after I do that, I can work on making more complicated maps to map the assets onto. But I just want all the assets to be present first. I remember I was looking at this and it's dumb. What was dumb about it? Oh, right. Checks whether or not they themselves are adjacent. But if they're not adjacent, then I need to check if I can fill in to make them adjacent. How am I gonna do that? New x minus 1, y, new y. New x plus 1, y, new y. Why are we doing this? This is a dumb way to do this. AI, why you be dumb to me? You be smart. Make me look smart. Okay. First, let's see. Connects equals. If they're on the same X plane or the same Y plane, then they're next to each other. That's all that I need to worry about. If new X equals previous X, or great. If they aren't next to each other, then I need to see need to isolate the two tiles that could potentially connect them. Which means I don't know a direction, but I can subtract them from each other. Which will always be equal to 1 or -1. Okay, yeah. So how do I want to do this? I can check the map. This map. What is this? No, that's not what I want, but okay. New X minus I think it's new X minus prevex that I want. Wait. Oops. This is why. That's fine. If I send in $65 and $26. And then also 66 and 27. Then I want to check 65 and 27 and right. Why is my brain shutting down? This is very simple. So if I'm going down and to the right, the new Y is going to be bigger than this one. So to get new Y minus 1, yeah, that's correct. But the same X as new, which would be the bigger one. Yeah. Okay. That equals not just this mod 10 equals 0, or this dot map new Y. Oh wait. No, I don't want to do an or, because I don't know. I didn't even read that comment, but I don't want it there. And I'll just do this. guess I should do an else for these where I wait, no, frick, what am I doing? Losing my mind. I think I just need this to be if condition. If it's a valid square and it is adjacent to the two squares I'm interested in. Oh shit, but I don't know if it's the same altitude. Okay. Am I not checking altitude in here? Son of a bitch. If not in the same thing, and it is valid, but also okay. Start altitude. Yeah, that looks right. Do I want to allow it to be less than? That would imply that I'm just adding another waterfall frame to a lake, which is okay, I suppose. I mean, they don't necessarily have any waterfall frames, but it's another opportunity to add a waterfall frame. But if I do that, This song sounds like Star Wars. Anyways. Appreciate that. My goal is to make it so that eventually when I'm doing stuff like dev work, there will be something interesting to watch. That's the goal. Oh, also, I just realized that my stupid little drawing code isn't doing anything. Yeah. Oh, that's not the wrong, or that's not the image I want. Big image. Appreciate that. Well, you are always welcome, whether or not you understand what the hell I'm mumbling to myself. The big image looks like nothing is happening. Whatever. Yeah, you're right. That's true. I should go down the Matroska doll of developing dumb stream toys. Something like that, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could FF7 Rebirth PS5 release. Yeah. Wait. Did I stream? Remake? Probably. I streamed Remake before Rebirth came out. So I don't know. Looking up that didn't give me any information. Oh yeah, yeah, I remember. In my Oakland apartment. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm just procrastinating having to think about this right now. I guess what I want... I want to determine the water block that's on the edge. I don't want to start the stream yet. Oh. Wait. So this is wrong. Frick. Frick. Alright. if connected tile has that key, I don't always know what direction I'm going, which is what dx and dy are for. But dx isn't always 1. In fact, fairly regularly, it's less than 1. So I need to get 1 in the direction of dx. Const bug. Const right neighbor. See, AI, I think you're a little bit wrong there. Because dx plus current x isn't always going to be a different whole number. And also, wait, it's most of the time not going to be a whole number. So how would this key even successfully parse the map? It wouldn't. I guess right neighbor is a little biased language. X neighbor. Yeah, still thinks it should be that, but oh. Oh, that's not trigonometry. That's just the sign. Okay. Noted. So it can be 0 though if it's parallel. Just kind of weird. Like theoretically, if it has more movement on the horizontal, than it does on the vertical, then it'll go down to the correct horizontal level and then turn and just be flat. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here, which is pretty dumb. Kind of funny, but I love Final Fantasy X. Okay. Well, it is functional. And as I just said, I want to get something that's functional before I worry about it looking the correct way. Whatever. Not connected water tile. Oh, actually. Okay, if I'm looking at a frame that is part of the same water feature, and at least one frame in the direction of the destination is not, I don't remember how the order of operations would handle those ors and ands, so let's make it explicit. And this space is a valid start. Otherwise, it moves away. But what if it already moved? What if it moved from this one that's surrounded to this one that is not part of the body of water? Let's do a similar thing, but else if not this one, and how do I reverse this? Const x prev neighbor current, yeah, that's what I want. previous neighbor, or y previous neighbor is I don't want to do. This is where I need to have two different if conditions. Else if this, but why? All right, so not this one. I also need to I need to check if this is where I need to check the altitude on all three of these if conditions. I need the neighbors to be not part of the connected water tiles and the correct altitude. Okay. More explicit parentheticals. Not part of the connected, but this thing. Oh, Jesus. This is getting out of control. X neighbor, current X. Wait, why is this one Y? Why is this one Y first? What the hell? Why did I do Y first? The hell am I doing? Alright, I just made that hard to read for no good reason. Good job, me. Actually, I want my new lines to make sense. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, it's because I... Wait, what? that closes that one. This closes that one. Oh, I'm not closing this here. That's what's happening. Fuck. This is the problem with explicit parentheticals. Who goes there? I don't think I want another ore. The orchestral version of 16. Wait, no. Of 13. I've honestly never given 13 a chance. It's not really fair of me, but I just never did. Maybe that can be a game I play. That's the one with, like, Snow, right? Or Yuki? I don't remember if they translated her name or not. Like, you know what I'm talking about with Yuki? Final Fantasy Yuki. Who the fuck is that? $14. That's not what I'm talking about. I could have sworn that there was a main character that was named like Yuki or Snow or something. Who's this guy? Oh, he's in 13. Snow Villiers. Yeah, maybe this is who I'm thinking of. I don't know. I remember because my girlfriend at the time also named Snow. And so, for whatever reason, that was a thing we talked about at some point. Alright, does this do what I want it to do? If it's part of the thing, and either the neighbor is not part of the thing, and that same neighbor has the same altitude. Oh. Start altitude. Or the other neighbor is not part of the thing, and that neighbor has start altitude. What is 13 even on? Now I'm thinking about it. It's on Steam. That's an easy way. PS3. I could do either. I wonder, is Steam version better? Xbox app for PC. What? I guess the benefit of getting it on Steam is it's probably like more complete. I don't know. Did they have DLC? I don't know. They're just comparing Windows Store. I want PS3. I guess it'll have better, like, resolution at the very least. It could be fun. $16. It's not that much. Mixed reviews. That is why I never really gave it a chance. Oh, there's a funny guy with an afro dangling off the back of that serpent. How comedic. 13 is the one that everyone complained about it being very linear, right? Guess that's okay. Probably better for my compulsion when it comes to streaming content anyways, back to what I was thinking about. I'll do that probably. So we find an edge, but now we might be at the edge. Okay, maybe I don't want to use this and. Rip. I want to nest it. If the things nearby are of the correct height. Otherwise, now I need to start worrying about wait, no. Alright, I need to this is getting messier. I need to rethink this algorithm. probably. Because it's not, the difference maker is not whether the current one is valid. The difference maker is whether the neighbor is outside of the pool and invalid. Which means what? I guess I could have a subsequent if condition. Wait, I want this break to be here. So if I break it down into if conditions that will always go. So the break means if all of this is true, I might regret doing this in a second, but that's okay. If all of this is true, I don't have to worry about what else happens in the loop. So that the else clause is meaningless here. But if that's not true, meaning I make it down here, I want to modify this current x, current y logic to be aware of traveling the pool. Could do this. How do I do this? If connected. Connected water tiles has I guess this is making I'm so lost in my own brain right now. I guess what I can check. Do I want to do the move? Alright, so then let's do this thing. If connected water tiles has this might not make any sense, but I'm like de-wrapping the loop right now, and I'm breaking my own brain. Yes. Alright, so I want to check if it doesn't have this, not if it does. And if it doesn't have it, then if connected water tiles has X neighbor, plus equal dx. No, I want to do minus equal dx. Say that and I immediately type plus. So we try moving it, then we double check that it'll still be legal, which makes this line of code pointless, but whatever. And if it is not still legal, then we check that one. And if that's not still legal, check that one. What about scrolling around the edge? So in this circumstance, say we move here. Not legal. Not legal. Not legal. Then what do we do? guess just break and be invalid. But what if there was a legal way to do it from here? Alright. Current x plus equals dx. Current y plus equals dy. This one. This makes more sense. If none of those things are true, then what? Then I want to check. I want to check the things that are 90 degrees. Or not. I don't know how to describe that, but whatever. I'm here, I check here, check here, and I check here. I then want to check here and here. Do I also want to eventually be able to check there? Don't know. Well, whatever. Alright, so what I'm looking at. Do I have a generic way of checking the X direction frames? do I do it without duplicating, going back to the frame that I came from? So I need to keep track of every frame I check, I guess. Okay. Check tiles equal new set. Okay, sure. Set seems reasonable. Check tiles and E. Well, yeah, no, that's okay. Do that there. And this, nope, not this. Checked tiles as next key with a knot. Check tile has next neighbor. Great. Not that those ones were actually at risk of happening yet, but that's okay. Do an else while here. See if I can figure out. I think else while works. Is of the structure that would make sense, but I don't know. I guess I'll see if it throws an error. The while condition would be what? What would it be? I guess really what I want to do is just check for things. Does the while even do anything here? Guess not. That's dumb. Just looked fun. for let I equal 0. Actually, maybe just -1 while wait, that's dumb. I less than 2. Great. Shut up. 4. I assume this is also wrong. I don't know why I'm complicating things right now. Whatever. I'm gonna just keep complicating things. What the hell? Oh, I pressed insert on accident. If connected water tile has current X plus Y, current Y plus J. So it starts out with -1, -1. And check tile. Yeah. I guess that's what I want. Will that break all the way out? I don't think so. No, it breaks out of that one. Let found equals false. Found equals true. If found, break. So we'll check. Those two, and then those two. And if that doesn't work, Jesus, then what do I do? And then it's probably done. If that doesn't work, whatever. Maybe I want found to be even higher level though. So then I can found equals true. actually. Yeah. Not that found will ever. Let's do found first, because it'll always happen. And these things will never happen. Whatever. And let's get rid of this. I think that is what I want. Alright. That should find a frame that is part of the pool I'm looking for, but has an edge that touches something that is not part of the pool I'm looking for. And the thing it touches should be a valid tile. If it's just a single tile that goes into a dead end, that's luck of the draw, I guess. Okay. Jesus. I hated that. Right, now I gotta put it somewhere. Valid start equals find valid start. Maybe shortcut the whole thing. Okay. I mean, I guess breaking X and Y out is fine. Sure. Okay. Now I want to go to a frame that is adjacent . How many? Okay. So I have to decide if I'm going to go, if I'm trying to get down to the right, but it's more down than it is to the right. How do I decide whether I'm moving down one frame or to the right one frame to make it, do I want to make it even? I could just flip a coin. Guess I can just flip a coin. Oh. Well, this song has video. Font DX. Actually, not const. Wait. Let DX. Yeah, current. Good point. I need to keep track of those. Check. Yeah, that makes sense. Found. I don't think I want found here. Wow. Wow. Both current X and Y not equal. No. While either current X or Y not equal destination. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, you have a lot of ideas about what I should do here, AI. What do you think? Add a key. Put it in check tiles. X neighbor, Y neighbor. Next key. Don't want a next key this time. So let's go back up here. If like the water tiles. Bum, 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 bum. Sephiroth. How do I want to do this? I want to be able to backtrack. But I don't want to be able to loop back. So that's what the check tiles is for. Is so I can prevent loop backs. Kind of want to flip a coin here. Which maybe means instead of X neighbor, Y neighbor, I just do neighbor. And then math.random times 2. Greater than 1. I think that's how I want to do this. Oh, but then I'm not. But if only one of them is valid. I could make an array of valid wait. I make 2 arrays. One is valid valid options I haven't taken, and the other is the route I'm currently exploring. And then I also have the set of the pool I came from and the pieces I've checked. To determine if things are valid. Maybe? Const valid forks equals. I think I want this to be ordered. Probably. And path is already being tracked. Jesus Christ. And then I'll make a temporary. God damn it. Valid options. Then if the connected water tiles does not contain the X neighbor and the X neighbor what? No, that's not what I want. What the hell is this logic? Get out of here, AI. What are you trying to do? Water tiles. Doesn't have X neighbor. And checked tiles. And X neighbor. And I also need to check just occurred to me. Okay. If the next tile is of a lower altitude, then I've actually already found a surprise destination, and I need a shortcut out and set the current tile to a waterfall. Which the path does not need to set it to a waterfall. The generate stream can set it to a waterfall. But I do want a shortcut out. Fuck Christ. Alright. I don't think I add anything to the path though, because if this tile is adjacent to a lower altitude tile, then the path is complete. So if this dot map current y plus dy divided by 10 equals less than didn't do this thing here. Okay, let's do this thing here. if dy is less than, so I need to do the map floor. Less than start altitude. This can be an or, I think. Then, yeah, I think I just break. Altitude increases. That clearly is a decrease of altitude. AI, what are you thinking? Now I'm second guessing myself. That is clearly a decrease, right? Yeah. Current less than start. That's decreasing. Okay. All of this. Then break, return path. Actually, maybe I do want to have a find. Just so that if not found, path equals null. Great. Now we're back to this logic. It's not part of the same body of water, and what's up, boys? Up? Not part of the same body of water, and haven't looked at it yet. And is valid, which means this map no, that's not what that oh. To add another condition to the break, and that's if it is water, I want to break. Need social network where devs can stream. Are you saying, is there a need for a new streaming platform specifically for devs? Is that what you're asking? Probably, well, it kind of depends on your perspective. From an exposure standpoint, diluting the number of content creators on any one platform like splits the audience, right? So if the point is to engage with a particular audience, hey, what's up, man? Probably not. But from a capitalist standpoint, like, if we just let Twitch become more and more of a monopoly, that's bad for the consumers. So I think it really depends on your opinion of Twitch. Like, I think if there is a new value brought to the community at large by having this thing, then absolutely. But probably it's just going to be more of the same. But even if it is more of the same, that means Twitch has less market share, which is also good. And good for the consumer in the long run. But I don't know how you compete with Twitch on that front. Because, like, for me, I don't only dev work. I don't only do dev work. I'm also playing games, and like I kind of maybe later this stream might switch to just reading a book, like ASMR, which is a thing I've been thinking about, but I think it's probably a bad idea. But I also just kind of want to read this book, and I can read it out loud, so I might try it anyways. Regardless, if it's a dev streaming platform, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for me to go there because I'm also doing not dev stuff. I don't know. I think I don't know. I think like having dev community is cool. And it would be fun to maybe yeah, well, I am always willing to be diverted. It would kind of a problem I have, but it is what it is. But in the same vein, having a community that is focused on making connections for like discussing an idea is a valuable thing. But I don't know if another streaming platform would really make sense. Like, just from a cost benefit analysis, like, it doesn't seem realistic to be able to like pay the server costs necessary to make that viable. I could see it like certainly being a cool like Discord community or something, but it's so hard. Like, I've joined Discord communities and I have no interest of actually putting in the social energy to like make that a useful resource. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't have any great ideas in regards to this. it is a thing that I like the idea of. Like, I don't know, back in college, I was part of the computer science club and I loved that. I would go in once a week. I'm pretty sure it was just once a week. And we would just hang out, do our homework, work on our own personal projects, and then break into discussions about things. Sometimes computer science stuff, sometimes not computer science stuff, but like-minded individuals, you know? I don't know. It's an interesting thing to think about. Also, hello, Laugh. How are you? Yeah, yeah. Did you share that with me just because you were excited about it, or do you think it's something that I should look into? I guess, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I should, sure. Yeah, have like a, I mean, I'm sure there's software out there for collabing on code in real time too. Yeah, I've heard good things. I've heard good things about it. I might check it out. I don't know. I don't feel particularly drawn to it, so I guess I probably won't end up checking it out, but maybe eventually I'll be like, I really want to play something. There's just so many games. And I'm always thinking about trying to make my program. Lisa? Never heard of Lisa. There's a weird worm people? What the hell is going on here? Is this what you're talking about? The painful? Can you help them? Interesting. Overwhelmingly positive. Huh. Okay. Kind of a children of men thing. Huh. Sounds interesting. if the current frame is a water frame, but I want maybe I don't want this here. Maybe down here. Check if it's a frame I even want to look at first. And then when in here, this map, that one. Now if it's a water frame, or the other side is a water frame. And I break. And otherwise, what is this? What is this? I don't think that's the thing I want. If the X neighbor is valid, is a 0, but also is the same altitude. This one. Then add it as a valid option. Oh wait. Shouldn't be checking the Y neighbor ever. Okay, I'm not here. Okay. Cough, cough. Right. If X is a valid option. Wait. Oh, yeah. I do that up here. Building logic maps in my brain makes me tired. I kind of blame COVID. I think COVID made me dumber, but also I've been lazy as hell since I was in school. So, this is hard. Hard for my poor dumb brain. Alright. All of that looks right to me. Now, for let I equal 0 and I less than valid options length. I don't think actually I need this anymore. Let's try that again. Valid key. Okay. Why do you want a valid key, Mr. AI? If the valid key I already did all those checks, but whatever. No, none of this is what I want. We already determined that they're valid. That's why they're called valid. Right. I don't want a for loop at all, actually. Right, this is where I wanted to flip a coin. Okay, so I want to... This is a poorly named variable. That's okay. Yeah, that is what I wanted to do. Wait. think I want. Mm, all right. I want to add to path. Path push. I guess I could make this a set just so I can pop. Nothing about the options has to be ordered. I wonder if pop is even syntax here. Guess I'll find out. Bum, 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 bum. Right now, now I do a for loop, actually. I think there can only be two things in valid options. But, whatever. Don't want to do any of this junk. But I do want to add to the valid forks. Valid forks. I want an object. Push. Yeah, I think I. Valid options for each. While valid options length greater than 0. There we go. I think this is more along the lines of what I want. Valid forks. Push. Not quite just the valid options. I want fork target to be key. Wait, no, path. I'm looking at path, not in path. It's an object that has current X and current Y. I don't know if JavaScript supports any of this syntax. Well, specifically pop and if it supports pop, then this valid options length thing should work. But whatever. Size. Huh. That's fair, I guess. Size. Okay. Hmm. Wait a second. I feel like I'm missing something here. Also, my noise. Stop making noise. YouTube ads. How's this? Gilgamesh medley? I don't want a medley. Um, okay. So I need to move current. Hmm. Maybe that's all I have to do. I want an iced tea. Nom nom nom. That's a good point. I forgot to check if this is even a valid indices of the map. Okay, let's. This kind of sucks, actually. I have to check a lot of things. Okay, let's just do it, I guess. Less than this map square and that greater. Put it to 0. Do I use 0? I don't know. I don't remember. Seems like I use 0. Okay. Need another parentheses. Okay. Oh. Okay. This doesn't have to be a set. That's nice. Hmm. Okay. Now I need to do something with the fork. Whoa. What does this do? Don't think I like this. probably do that. Do. Don't even remember how. For some reason, I would expect scroll and control to do it, but it's not. Control plus plus. Whoa. What was I thinking about? All right. I let AI generate something for funsies. And I want almost none of it. Wow, path, blah, blah, blah. What am I trying to do here? Not path.x equal to valid forks. Okay, is this? That looks reasonable. I don't want to pop the forks. I want to pop the path. So get rid of you. I should now be looking at the element of the path that has a valid fork, right? Makes sense. So I want to set current x equal to actually let's do const fork equals that. Does this do the last element? Maybe. Seems reasonable. Fork.fork. Good thing I went back here because I'm looking for fork target, not fork. Yeah. Okay. So now Yes, I will be using fork. Fork.fork. Sure. Path push fork.fork. Great. I think that makes sense. So now, if I don't find any valid options, I backtrack to the last place I was where I found a fork I didn't take. And I take that fork. Great. But valid forks doesn't have to be populated here. That's probably something I should check. If valid forks length is 0, then break. Right. At no point am I can't hear me? I can raise it a little bit, I suppose. Let's see. There's a little bit of volume. Ooh. Okay. I guess that's actually just not decreasing the output gain on my expander. So, there you go. It's also possible I mumble when I'm distracted. Might want to work on that, but right, no valid forks left. So what I'm doing Streams API. I'm generating this map thing. And right now I have it generating some pools, but I want it to also generate some streams. Okay. Yeah. It's true. I'm not doing that. A little bit vague, I suppose. I want to make my kind of streams. Well, really, this whole thing. So what I'm trying to do right here is determine a path between, one thing and the next one that actually reaches all the way. And then when I'm done with that, I'll go through and mark the places along the map to actually mark them as a stream. And the while loop. The while loop is basically the stream, yeah. I start at the edge point of one of the pools, and then I'm just going while not at the destination. Go. Alright, so when I'm breaking, I'm not saying that I found a thing. Sure. This is if I find a cliff and I want to make a waterfall. Great. If I find another pool, great. If I find another pool using the Y direction, great. This one is not. Yeah, this is the one time I definitely want it to be false. But what if I... I guess I can just make it so that if the current location is not the destination, I don't have to worry about putting an if statement somewhere. Oops. Great. That might be functional. Maybe. +5? Why are you trying to mark it as a waterfall? What are you doing? XY of path. Okay. So I want to check. Basically, I just need to check if it is a waterfall or I don't know, just basically if it's a waterfall is the only thing that I guess if it's a border boundary. Alright, so if this map XY equals B or E. Do I do anything with it if it's doing this? Not really. Okay, let's inverse that whole thing. Right. Not a boundary, not an exit. If frick, I don't have a direction again. Calculate direction 3 times at every level of this dumb algorithm I'm doing. I guess I don't care about direction, actually. I don't care how I got there. I just care if a neighbor is of a lower altitude. Okay, so neighbors. Great. Waterfall equals false. Neighbors for each. Nope. That's not what we're interested in. That's fine. Do I track the altitude already? Have the start value, which is kind of the same thing. Using that for anything? This. Don't know why I did that, but that's fine. If math floor start value divided by 10. Yeah, that's what I want to know. If I start at a higher altitude than one of the neighbors. Great. What are you doing here? If it is a waterfall, should never have to strip the least significant digit here. Just mark it as a waterfall. Otherwise, mark it as water. Okay. Okay. 561. Using something that's not defined. Oh, I added a T. Okay. Noted. Assigning to a constant. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Five, 2. Reading 35. What? I did not check if this. Okay. It says it's reading 35, which should be a thing, so I'm not sure. Not sure what's up with that, but whatever. Oh, YouTube's done playing music for me again. Maybe I should get the fancy YouTube, but I'm not made of money. Current X. Unexpected token. Wait, what? Okay. Taiga. Different Taiga? Hmm. Well, looks like something's wrong. Hmm. But what? But what is it that is wrong? Curiouser and curiouser. Damn, that Taiga had 80 possible destinations. That's crazy. What the hell? Oh, no. Connected water tiles 80. Okay, that's reasonable. Skyward Sword. No wonder I didn't recognize it. Huh. I guess I can add the path. Hmm? Oh. But not always. Sometimes it's one. Uh-huh. Oh, I think it somehow went up. That's weird. It's a length of one, and it's not one I want it to be. Oh boy. eyeball in exasperation has now inserted oil into my eyeball. Who could have seen this coming? Nine, which is this big one up at the top. Going to the border at X1, 52. Down here, that makes more sense. And somehow it wasn't able to successfully find that path. What? Oop. Oh, that didn't help. Or 88. Oops. No, 45. Right. That makes more sense. This big one. 2. Probably this big arrowhead thing in the middle. Wasn't able to find the path. Did find I guess I don't know for a fact that that valid start is actually a valid start, but it looks reasonable enough. Hmm. Okay. I want to actually know which one of these goes. Just add a valid destination A, valid destination B. No valid force. Okay. Hmm. Dum. Oops. Broke at one. Oops. Why? Oh, I see. Okay. 61, 68. 0, 0. What? Uh-huh. Checked tiles. What? What? Oh, because I'm never. Okay. It's only checking straight ahead, never diverting. That's the issue. Hmm. I don't really want to flip a coin, including the weird options, but I want it to move in the right direction, if there is a right direction to move in, which is what it currently does. But if there isn't a right direction to move in, I'm gonna have to change the... I hate it when I am dumb. I guess I could do... I could make two options. Bad options. Okay. So here, I want to do these again, but bad options instead of valid options. Making a whole variable for it's kind of dumb. Bad ex-neighbor. Bum-ba-dum-bum-bum. Alright. Guess it doesn't really make sense to do this in here. Instead, okay. Frick. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Um, why did it not like this one? It's a 10. It's at a 14. What? Mm. Grumble, grumble. Broke. Wait. That shouldn't be a valid start, though. What the hell? Oh my god. That's not what I was hoping to find out. Every one of the starts. No, this start is a water. What the hell? Son of a bitch. Wait, what? I mean, kinda like 10 years or something. But honestly, I'm kind of a horrible programmer. I think I was okay. Like, closer to when I was in school. But I'm kinda, I don't know, just tinkering with it at this point to relearn. I've never made learning a language's idiosyncrasies. I don't remember how to pronounce that word now. Whatever. I never made that a priority of mine. So, but I've been using JavaScript for as long as I've been using anything. Just that's not always been the code that I use, you know? Yeah, right now I'm mostly on a self-discovery journey where I tried different like methodologies of how I want to use the new AI tools. So I'm just like right now I'm mostly avoiding it today. But I don't know. Sure, sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, mm, probably it would make sense to look up some of the more like polished algorithms out there. Like, instead of coming up with my own pathfinding thing, to just remember how A star works and how to like modify it for my own purposes. But honestly, I just kind of want to slap some code around for a while. So definitely not going to do that. 10 years of change logs. How much reading even is that? I don't think any of these are what I'm, yeah, whatever. Hmm. Maybe I'll look through it. Kind of, I don't know. The only reason I like to tinker around in JavaScript in the first place is because it has so much sort of, I don't know, syntax muddiness where I can just kind of splash around in it for a while. Every once in a while it bites me, but is what it is. All right. So I was looking at this. Well, I haven't reached the destination. Guess I'm not actually looking at anything on that map. I can move it out of the way a little bit. But whatever. Right. Why is it returning a 0 least significant digit tile? That's what I'm looking at. Is it just because I forgot to add? Oh wait, no. Yeah, I thought of 2 different things for this, and it didn't cross my mind that they contradicted each other. Okay. Oh wait, no, it's an or condition. Right. So I'm just checking if there is a valid frame next to it. Right. I just got muddled thinking about this, and I threw this random found boolean in here and forgot that there was a while loop or something. What did I do here? It's fascinating. If it is connected, but I haven't checked it. Huh. Well, it looks like I fixed the valid start thing. It's the issue I was looking at is it was starting at 0 squares and it is no longer. So okay. But now why are they breaking? Look at if it is connected or checked. So like 2473 Looks valid to me. It's a 0 that is not connected and not checked. Alright, so if Y is valid and of a lesser altitude, right? That's what this one's checking. Not that that's ever happening. It is not a connected water tile. And not checked. Okay. So exploring the path. And it is water. And we found a pool. Also not happening. Otherwise, it is 0 and the same altitude added as an option. Which it should be. Alright. What? Found a valid option. Oh, is it because size isn't a fucking thing and I should never listen to the AI? Ugh. 562. Dot X. Let's just look at path length. Path length is 8. Whoa. There's a lot of valid options. Wait, what? Did it work? The hell? Whoa. Look at that weird ass thing. What the hell? What even is that character? 8. Oh. Fascinating. Okay, so I'm adding 4 to a 4. Which I don't want to do. But also, what is it doing here? What was it trying to do? $77.52. 52's probably around here-ish. Now this is too small to see. That's okay. Fascinating. Oh, and it's supposed to. It's trying to go to the border. What in the hell? $90.15. It's trying to go to the border up here-ish. Fascinating. I guess it looks like it came from down here. Maybe that. Yeah, I guess that could be 77.52. I don't know. Goes up here. And then it hits another pond, maybe? something. And then what the fuck? Fucking wackadoo route. I don't know. Fascinating. Alright, let's look at the other thing. It's Highland. I don't see anything. Oh, wait. So it's adding a 4 to a 4 that already exists. I did say I didn't need to preserve the things, but oh yeah, because if waterfall. I guess what I want to do is check if 0 Okay, now we're getting this error again. So it only happens sometimes. Alright. 563. The dot X is not, I guess because, no, why? I guess while path dot length greater than 0, probably just that. Whoa. Add one break, but I do expect it to sometimes break. But apparently it broke the whole system? What? true. There's a false false, so I expect it to not break there. Right? Or broke at 0. Oh no, the false false is higher. Oh, so I do expect it to break there. I mean, that doesn't look like a bug. Any of them do anything successfully? A waterfall to nothing. What happened here? That's weird. Oh, it's not a waterfall, it's a 28. So it's supposed to be a waterfall, but I'm not treating it as a waterfall. Wait, no. I'm just full of crack. Full of it. It's only supposed to be in here if it is a 0. So how do I make it an 8? Huh. Well, maybe it's not from this particular part of the code. I don't know. It is an issue to look into, though. This is weird. I guess I don't know for a fact that I somehow transformed a bunch of 20s into 14s. But it kind of looks like I did. Turned something into an 8. Okay, I'm not seeing any streams, which is not super promising. Though I guess I don't know for a fact that there should be every time. Kind of funny. Little couple tiny divots. Alright, let's see. Generate new things. Did any of these make a stream? Bunch of 8s. Dejected Bruce. So it seems to me like these are places where a stream is trying to start. Maybe? $165 frames of path. But it didn't color in anything. Huh. Oops. Oh yeah, 5917, which is this thing up here. And it goes down to. Explains why it's such a long path. Doesn't mark any of them. Interesting. Let me double check this. Make sure that path is supposed to be null. If there is a true, it's supposed to be null. Right, okay. Surrounded by water. And all of it is where it started. Yeah, all of it's connected to the pool it started from. Alright, you just got screwed. That's okay. That's allowed. Which means what? Like this one down here? Yeah, 3388. So it started here, maybe? And then it went up one and got stuck. I guess no, that. Wait. Yeah, whatever. It's kind of fun. Whatever. Um. Okay. Now, why is it not drawing? Presumably it came in here. It is a 0. Uh, uh, uh. YouTube needs my attention again. Hmm. I guess I know what biome is based on the one that comes after it. Okay. Multiple oases. So maybe it's this one. Maybe. But I don't see anything that's obviously drawn. And it's only one frame that it drew anyways. Drawing 660, which is the valid start. So that's a bad. That's bad. How did it even get there? Oh, because it broke? Wait, what? just confused myself. Valid start 660. Value is 4. I guess one of these oases should have an 8. Uh-huh. How did it get in there if the value is 4? When I check up here. What the hell? Oh. I'm a dumbass. I switched it and I forgot to remove the negation. That's a lot of prints. What the fuck happened there? Starting to get somewhere. Looks goofy as hell, but what? What happened here? This one technically worked. It's an interesting confluence of stuff. I think it's kind of just a coincidence that all of this is behaving this way. Like, this is just a stream that goes up here. And then what? Why did it end here? I don't know. And then this is a stream that goes over here. Oh, maybe. Maybe this is the stream that goes up here. And it hits this and it's like, oh, that's good enough. Which is fair. I would expect this one to be marked as water also. The only problem with this but maybe there's something weird going on, which is why there's this gap here. And this one obviously needs to generate the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, but it's not a bug because I know the code is just non-existent yet. Anyways, let's look at the Highland. Let's see. Maybe it's this one. It's one Highland. It was trying to go to the border and somehow failed. I don't see a border that it should fail to reach. Why can I not scroll to the right? Okay. Good enough. Good enough. 94. 45. ish. I guess I could see it trapping itself, maybe somehow. Doesn't actually make any sense because it should be able to backtrack all the way and just eventually find a route that it hasn't checked. Huh. Okay, so that's an issue. What? Why did this? What? $62.49. I mean, that could be here, sure, but why did you think you had to stop there? $31.66. Eh. $52.57. That's so bizarre. Am I looking at the wrong plane? That's possible. Whoa.
YouTube is the only place to watch Coachella live.
YouTube ads. Ah, you can watch Coachella from YouTube. Hmm. I might call it here because I'm honestly tired of looking at this. It's been 5.5 hours. It is technically progress. Guess I might as well raid. Seems like the thing you do on this website. Hooray, progress. I guess if it's just you here, laugh. I don't need to send you to a programmer. I mean, I do have a stream, technically. That is technically progress. It's not doing what I want it to do, but, you know. Generally, that is the truth. We should all be in bed. Although I guess for you it's like 4 in the morning or whatever. So, yeah. Nice. Well, I guess I'm just gonna end then. Raiding is for people who want to talk to whoever they raid. Which that sounds like energy. Good night.